Hello.
Hello. Yes. It's been several weeks of agenda and campaigning and several hours of voting, and we are finally here at the Collation Center waiting to declare who won what. So for now, taking the SRC Financial Secretary, the vote seems to be in favor of Mr. Raymond, which is not really surprising, if I must say. Well, to be honest, it was a tight race for the SRC Financial Secretary. It has always been a tight race. Looking at the local LNUGS presidency, it's also very tight, taking that they are
Medoba. Yes.
So let's take the SRC Wocom position. Did you think or did you know it would be this tight?
Actually, no, I didn't. I thought seeing how people were campaigning on campus, it would go for one person, but it seems now it's not even balancing. Though the thing displayed there, you can see that Miss Lydia is leading, but then we are not done. There are so many polling stations left, so we don't know which number would go higher, which one would go lower. We are still looking at these things, and I think it's making me a bit tensed actually, because I don't know. You can't predict anything. The gap isn't so wide to think that yes, one person is taking the lead. So yeah, we will see how it goes.
Miss Amina is actually tagging along quite close. She's actually tagging along quite close. Why do people jubilate even when the EC hasn't declared anything? It's really surprising.
I don't understand why people are jubilating, but anything can change at any moment. There are so many polling stations, as I stated earlier, and so you don't know. Maybe the first 4 or 5 polling stations, one person will be leading, but then the other person can just come and then take over. So, but then you can see that people are actually making noise outside. The speakers are there shouting, powders everywhere. So let's see how things actually go.
And one thing that I want to talk about with the local news presidency, I thought the votes would actually be scattered, like this person will get, but it seems like it's actually between 2 candidates now, and it's actually tight between the Wonder Woman and Mr. God Bless. It's actually surprising. Looking at the voting, it seems the Falcon had potential. It's actually surprising.
Mm-hmm. That's very true. What she said is very true, because now it's between Wonder Woman and then Mr. Advice. Many people were talking about some allegations that were thrown at Advice, and they were saying because of those allegations he might not even get any votes, or even if you get votes, probably 1% of it. But it seems now he is taking the lead. Between him and Wonder Woman, this one goes up, this one comes down, this one comes down, this one goes up. So everything here is quite funny. Everything here is very interesting, and I just hope things turns out to be very, very good.
This just proves how vetting results maybe isn't that much of a big deal, because I remember advice got not recommended, but it looks like he's quite leading now. That's funny and interesting times ahead. Now to what people are actually anticipating for the SRC presidential race. Who do you think? I don't want to talk about it. Who do you think it's leading?
Right now, as everybody can see on their screen, Zach is leading. And outside, it's chaotic. The music is loud, everybody is dancing because Zach is leading. But who knows? Anything is possible. So right now, we are just hoping for the best.
So right now, in front of Hall 1, the jubilation is crazy. The music is loud. People are actually jubilating, even though nothing has been declared. So we are actually yet to see what they will do after everything has been declared. I actually can't wait to get out of here and go join the fun.
Yes, I also want to be part of everything that's happening. I want to get every information, every news, how people are reacting, even though many people are jubilating. I want to see how the other party too is reacting to it, because yes, they invested a lot in it. So if they see that things aren't going in their favor, of course, they'll feel disheartened. So I want to see how things are actually going on at both parties. And I really hope this turns out very well.
One thing that I want us to talk about, someone brought up how elections should be conducted way before exams, because now exams is next week, and if you lose right now, what mental state are you going to be in to write exams? So now looking that one party is jubilating, and you know what's funny, majority of the time it's not just the presidential aspirants themselves, it's the people who invested in the campaign. They also end up getting affected. What do you think about this whole thing? Should elections be conducted like way before exams?
Yes, actually, because right now, if you see the aspirants, most of them have gone very lean. Their complexion is terrible because they are in a very bad shape. Meanwhile, they are students. They've invested their time, their energy in these elections. Though nobody asked them to do that, but then they are also students and should be taken into consideration. So yes, I would actually buy into the idea of having the elections conducted way before exams time. Now, exams is, I think, a week or two, a week in a week's time. So imagine losing this thing, the stress, up and down. You went here and there, you couldn't even sleep, couldn't even eat, and now exams is just around the corner and you lost the elections. Like, this can take a very bad turmoil on your mental health. So yes, I think if they conduct the elections about a month or two prior to exams, it would help a lot. Yes.
Now, Asanta, let me ask you this.
Okay.
Does agenda really work? Like the whole agenda and the whole movement on campus seems like one person is doing like hardcore agenda. Does it work? Because it looks like the people who were making noise on campus, the numbers are quite different now. Those people, they are not leading in terms of numbers. So does agenda really work?
If agenda will work, it depends on the relationship you have with the people. You see, many people are fanfullers. The fanfullers are many. That's the thing. Everybody's fanfulling everybody. So everything that you do right now will depend on the relationship you have with the person. Whether the person is actually into what you are doing and is buying into your idea. If you come to me right now, I can say, oh, okay, I'll vote for you. But then who knows? I can even say, give me this. After giving me that, I'll vote for you. But how sure are you that I'll vote for you after you give me that thing? Yeah, so if
Hello. Hello. So, Isaac, you were on grounds in the morning. You've been on grounds, and then you're here right now, and you can hear the noise going on outside. Would you say the students are actually more interested, or were more interested in this particular election than the previous years?
Sure. I would say this year election and like it has been very very amazing because since morning looking at how like the voter turnout was and then how right now as you can hear outside the students are very busy and serious celebrating. And one funny thing about this thing is that I don't know if do you think say if maybe after this final collation because before the students started their celebration these people hasn't they hadn't started the collation, the final collation yet, and they were already celebrating. So do you think that if in case like after this final collation and there are changes to these people, like I mean the aspirants or the candidates who are celebrating with their people, do you think they will accept that?
To be honest, I don't think there will be that much of change because I think they are celebrating because they were on grounds and they've heard or they've gotten a couple of information from the various polling grounds. So maybe they know that at the end of the day, the EC isn't really going to release anything contrary to what they've heard already. Now, to the people who get little to no votes, is it because their agenda movement on campus isn't as strong compared to the others? What do you think draws people to vote for others more than the other?
All right, I think the most important thing is the campaign, like how to make yourself popular to the student body. You see, elections or the campaign here, politics here is the elections are won by popularity. If you are not more popular to the students, like the students will come, they will come and then take the ballot sheet. They will just look to any face that seems familiar to them. That's who they vote for. So if you don't make yourself known more to the students, I think you wouldn't get the votes that you'll be expecting or the votes that you want. So everything, the elections on campus here are won by popularity.
Talking about popularity and how elections are won by popularity, isn't that biased, or are we not electing people based off of ignorance? Because if we are conducting our elections based on who is popular and who is not, don't you think it's not giving power? Like, do you get it?
I understand your points. Like voting or electing people by how popular they are doesn't actually give us the leaders who will come in and serve us, or the leaders who will come in and serve in the interest of the student body. But one thing that I'm looking at is like if you are a leader who believes in yourself, you have a vision, and you are ready to serve in the interest of the student body, then you need to get this thing straight. Like you need to get it in your mind that here on campus, elections are not only won by your vision or how you are ready to serve the students. Then start making or start preparing yourself on how you be more popular to the students, so that in addition to your vision and then your experience that you are bringing to serve the students, you should also make yourself popular to the students, so that you'll be elected and then come in and serve the students how you want to serve them.
So with that being said, then agenda is not like a few weeks job. Yeah. It should start like a really long time.
It's not a day job. It's not a week. It's not a month. You see, as you can see, some of these candidates, it's unfortunate that some of them dropped like some couple of weeks to the veteran. You see, there was this guy, Bismarck Dode. I think when we came left-handed, to to me, I know he started his agenda level-handed. When we reported to Uenr, just level-handed, he started his agenda. He was sharing flyers like level-handed. He was making flyers for maybe missing like good luck flyers and then all that. So he started it in a very, very long time ago. But so you can see how like as we were on grounds this morning, I was looking at some of the aspirants and I was like, wow, agenda is really a great job. Like it's very tough. To be an agenda boy is not easy. It's not easy at all because I was looking at some of them. Some of them, like, they couldn't even walk properly again. They couldn't walk straight because all their legs were paining. Seriously. So it means like from walking from hostels to hostel, from rooms to rooms, is not an easy job. And then on grounds too, like on the election day, there's also a big job for you to do as an agenda boy. Like if you think, say, like you did your campaign very well, that on the election day you didn't come on grounds, I don't think it will work in.
But wait, is campaigning during election day important? Because you couldn't do all the campaigning the weeks prior to the election. Election day.
Yeah, it's actually important. Although, like, it's not that legal or it's not allowed, but it's actually important. You have to do it in a way the people or you wouldn't go against the rules and the regulations, but you have to be there. You have to be there to ensure that your people really come and then vote for you.
Isaac, it was actually really nice having you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So we'll talk about it.
Christabel, hi. I want us to talk about the security on campus today. What do you think they did different? On the topic of ballot papers being stolen and chaos during elections, what drives people to be that committed to a particular candidate?
Well, I think it's what they promise them aftermath. Like maybe they promise them some money or something. So in that case, it encourages them to go and do those stuff. But this year, I didn't really see much of those kind of stuff where there was cases of maybe money sharing or those stuff. I didn't really see that much this year because I don't even happen back though, but this year was kind of different. So I think that what made the thing so peaceful because when there's this kind of chaos and the ballot box and stuff, it makes everything so chaotic in the elections.
Now with promises, making promises to people that you're going to give them appointments. So far, I think when you see someone campaigning like eagerly for someone, you know that if this person wins, then this person is going to get an appointment. Do you think they are electing or they are appointing capable people?
Well, it's on both sides. They appoint, those who follow them, they shuffle them and see who is more capable from them and appoint them. All the persons they are followers, they are those who are so capable to do their job because they can't just appoint someone who is not capable to do it. Yes.
I had a really nice conversation with you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And for advice on reading.
Santa, welcome back.
Thank you.
So since we are both girls, I actually wanted to talk about the Wocom position. It looks like right now Lydia is actually having a comfortable lead. She's actually
That's very true.
and what do you look for in a women's commissioner? I want to know that.
For the women's commissioner, it seems whenever we have a women's commissioner, they focus more on mistake, all the time mistake. We don't really see much from the women's commissioner. So I believe that if whoever wins, it doesn't really matter, whoever wins, if that person will take into consideration how to empower the women on campus, I'll be very glad, because mistake, yes, it's good, but not everybody partakes in the mist technology and something. So I think they should really consider having these skills fair for the women, so that we can engage in other extracurricular activities, have some skills together with what we already learned. I'd be very appreciative if they take that into consideration.
On the topic of women empowerment, Eustacia might not be leading, but she's doing really well.
Yes, the gap is not so huge.
And I'm actually proud of her, like women all the way, okay? I'm actually proud of her. Last year, I think she contested for SRC General Secretary, and she was second.
Yes, that's true. The gap wasn't huge, just like this one.
So far, it looks like every race that a woman enters, at least she ends up beating a couple of guys.
Yes, that's
So what do you want to tell the girls on campus? They should actually encourage them to go for more positions.
That's true. You see, I don't know. There's something about the ladies of Uenr. They would rather campaign for you instead of go for you to campaign for them. And I think they are also a bit afraid of the fanfullers. They'll tell you are the only woman, so of course we vote for you. You'll be the yes and so. But then it comes and they just fanfool you. So I think that is why most of the women shy away from going for positions. So they should rather encourage us instead of demotivating us. We should rather be encouraged. Eustacia went last year, is going this year. Anything can happen, but she's still going for it. We are now waiting for results. She wasn't discouraged. I think that should be enough motivation for us that we should strive for whatever we want, and I think it will help us.
The SRC Financial Secretary way has proven that election is not about level, because the guy who is currently leading is in level 200, and then the level 300 guys are like tagging along. So agenda is something else. So it's not about how long you've been in school or what is it about then. Like I really want to know, what is it about?
From my view, I think it's about how well you play your cards. Last year, it was the same with Nathan was in level 200, but he played his cards well, he associated with the people well, and at the end of it, he won. So I think it's how you play your cards. Raymond has been relating with the people, as I came back and stated in my previous interview, that the relationship you have with the people really has much impact on the votes that you get. It's not just about standing there saying vote for me. So the relationship you have with the people, Raymond was always going around talking with the people, always having this cordial relationship with them, and I think that's what's making him lead right now in the level 300s, having that wayward votes that we see right now.
Let's talk about supporting people from your department. They make it seem like once someone is coming from your department, you owe them this. I I don't know what's it called. Yes, like the moment they're coming from your department, no matter what, whether you find someone more capable, you're supposed to like support someone from your department. What do you have to say about that whole thing? Because to be honest, I'm really not in support of it.
Okay, so with that, I think people want the glory to come from their home. Everybody would wish that the president of Ghana is from their home. So if they see that the SRC president is from their department, they boast. Yeah, the SRC president is from my department. Whether or not he's capable, he's from my department. And that alone motivates people to vote for the president from their department. I think it's just that they want to boost. They don't really care, just boost.
And capabilities. What makes an SRC president capable? When the vetting ended, there was this whole notion about how one candidate allegedly isn't fluent. Is fluency everything? Does fluency matter that much? Does fluency actually matter that much when it comes to going for a position as high as the SRC president?
It does matter. As an SRC president, you are representing the entire school. So it matters. Your eloquence matters very well. Because imagine going for a conference meeting, but then not being able to voice out your opinions just because you are not fluent. I know English is not our first language. We make mistakes. That's why I'm sitting here making mistakes, but it's normal. But then at least being fluent will help a lot. And they were making those assumptions. It was alleged that he wasn't fluent, but with the vetting, we saw that he spoke. When he came campaigning, we saw that he was speaking. So I think those rumors were just a propaganda to bring him down. But at the end, he's still leading with a very huge gap.
And with trolling people who lost elections.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that. Because someone was able to be confident enough to show up, to ride along and lose. Do you think it's truly normal, or is it normal, or we should take into consideration their mental health? Because at the end of the day, exams is just right around the corner. It's actually important.
Trolling is very normal. We troll everybody. I mean, before you go in for the position, you know if you lose, they'll definitely troll you. And we've been in this situation since primary, I don't know, KG. When you lose, you are teased that. So it's very normal. It makes the thing interesting. It makes the game very engaging. It's for fun. Yes, even though it's a serious business, it's also fun. And I believe the person has prepared his or her mental health very well. He or she knows that if he loses, he will definitely be trolled. So I don't think this should really affect your mental health to the extent that you can't even learn for exams. It's normal. It's part of the game. It's needed. I'm actually in for the trolls because it's needed. Like, how can you have elections without trolling? It will make the thing very boring. Yeah.
Trolling is not bullying them.
No, it's not bullying. It's part of the game. If you think you are being bullied, then you shouldn't even come in the first place. It's part of it. So please accept whatever comes your way. Don't take it to heart. It's all part of the game. Yes.
I still want us to talk about levels and agenda. What do you want to say to level 200? And okay, so far this has crossed my mind. Why is it like against the rules or something for someone in level 100 to go for a position? Actually, it's against the rules. So you have to be in the school for a particular period of time. Okay. So I get it now. I want us to talk about how people are scared to come out for positions just because they are in level 200 and the person they are going against is in level 300. So a lot of people tend to shy away the moment they know that someone is from level 300 going for the same position. Like, they tend to shy away. But if Way of Hope actually ends up as the SRC financial secretary, this should serve as some sort of motivation. I mean, lecturing did it, right? Lecturing did it, so
yes. So as he said, it should be a source of motivation. Lecturing did it. Ray seems to be doing it, even though we don't know the end results. You shouldn't shy away from going for a position just because you're in level 200. Just play your cards well, as I stated earlier. Play your cards well. Relate with the people well. Let them know you. Let them know what you are capable of. And I think things will go very well for you. It doesn't really matter whether you're in level 300 or 200. It will go well for you.
So I was talking to Isahak about how some people get a lot of votes and others get like little to no votes. But you can see like weeks prior to the election, they were all campaigning. They were all on ground. They were all at our hostels doing like hardcore campaigns, and they all had people following them doing campaigns for them. So is it fun fooling? Because I don't think some people would have tagged along or pulled through if they knew they would get these mad votes. So it means like elections comes with fun fooling agenda. It comes with fun.
So as I was saying, just because you campaign prior to elections doesn't mean you would win. The thing is, when the level 100s come, those that have agenda, they try getting their numbers, they will be sending them past questions. You ask most of the level 100s and they will tell you, I'm voting for this person because he gave me past questions. You see, so that person has invested, but you did no investment. Just a week to the elections, we see you campaign. Come on, there's no way you win. Someone got past questions first semester, so that person has built his house in someone's heart, someone's mind. If the person decides to go for election, obviously the person that got the past questions will vote for that person. You come in just a week or a month showing yourself in level in second semester does not really mean you would win. Yes, there's a chance that you would win, but you should start early. If you think you are going for a position, you should start early, very early, so that people get to know you. You get to abreast yourself with the system. People get to see how well you coordinate yourself, so that they know that yes, maybe you are capable of something.
And we didn't really hear much of they are sharing money. Some agenda people are sharing money for you to come and vote. They are sharing yogurt. They are sharing watch. This year, it's like we didn't really see much of that.
Yes, we didn't see much, but I didn't mean we didn't see any. We didn't see much because I have experienced just one election, two actually prior to this one, and I think you have experienced about 4 also. Yeah. So with the previous ones that I experienced, I think it was intense. For instance, last year there were about 5 SRC presidential candidates. So that one, it was so intense that yes, they were sharing a lot of these tokens, I should say, for the people to come and vote for them. Though they did it this year, it wasn't as intense as they did last year, but it was still there. Yeah, it was still there.
So just like you said, I've experienced a couple of elections, like 3 or 2. And to be honest, the students seem more invested or more involved this year than the previous years. And it's actually good to see. What do you think the EC or the officials did different? Or is it the agenda people themselves? What did they do different to get the people disinvested? Or is it the level 100 students?
I think it's the agenda people and then the level 100 students. You see, it has never happened that some people who have come out that they are going for SRC presidential position suddenly drop and then go and back someone else. So you see, everybody was so invested in what will happen. Like, how come all these people are supporting one person and they've left this person? And so I feel like that's made everybody anticipate what will happen today, because like it has never happened before. I heard from my predecessors and those that the alumni that it has never happened before. So everybody was anticipating. So it made this elections very interesting. Everybody wanted to vote and see who would win. So you are coming, the big force, 6 people on one flyer, and then the fortified team, 2 people also on one flyer. So let's see who would win. If you have the numbers, let's see. Everybody wanted to see. So now we are seeing, we are witnessing what is happening. And I think that's what's making this year's game, very, very interesting.
That the big four wasn't big enough, because it definitely looks like Zach is leading. It definitely looks like Zach is leading. So I genuinely don't think the number of people who are supporting a particular candidate matters. But stay tuned, we'll be giving you more live updates.
Yeah.
But I want
Who's it at the end?
yes, register in charge of
Do you know student's office?
So we have with us Mr. James Clark Hayford, Registrar in charge of Dean of School of Students Office. Mr. Clark, I'm very happy to have you here.
I'm super excited to be here as well.
So you're definitely coming from outside. You've seen the jubilation. You were definitely around in the morning. What do you think is different about this year's election, since you've witnessed a couple of elections?
The good news is that I must commend the EC and the team for doing very well. I've done this for 4 years as a registrar in charge of Dean of Student Office. That is the best by far. And I think that the ability to increase the number of polling stations, initially up to 27, it's been amazing, it's been exciting. So technically they were doing less than 600 to 700 students per polling station. And if you look at the detention, the normal national elections, we just take the figure and divide by the number of polling stations you want to create. But in this case, you will not ask somebody in engineering to join a natural resources school. So it was specific. So we do it in such a way that we don't have more students congregate in a particular place. That will create confusion. It's been very good. I came here around 6 a.m. and I'm still around. Yesterday we left very late because elections for students is an integral part of student life, and selecting somebody to represent the student at the governing council, the higher decision making body of the university, is not a joke. And I think that let's commend them. They have done very well. I'm very, very happy, to be honest with you, for what they have done. And I think I've asked them to put together a report so that we can share with the next commissioner ways that we can make election management so proper, so that we don't have to, you come cast your vote and you go away. So I've been very, 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 very happy, trust me.
Mr. Clark, thank you so much for your involvement in students' politics and students' welfare in general. So, when students are campaigning, do you guys see? Like, do you see what's going on?
I'm a politician on weekends, but I'm a politician on a weekday. What it means is that life is fully political. So I tell them that. So one of the things that has shaped the conversation, I believe that after intense competition, there must be outstanding cooperation. Somebody will eventually be body. Is the university we need that has won. I know all the 2 presidential candidates. So what we did as an office was that we realized that Felix was coming from nursing, Department of Nursing, and then Zach was coming from Department of Information Technology and Design Sciences. So we convey a crunch meeting. When you leave there.
So you were talking about how you met with the two HODs. Yeah. Enlighten us more about that.
Yeah, so one of the things we did under the leadership of the Dean of Students, Professor Simon Abogri, a man that whom I'm well pleased, very humble, dedicated, committed. He's older, but he appreciates students, their difficulties and their challenges, and is able to talk to them in a manner that you will not be very sad. You want to approach him all the time. So he felt that the two presidential candidates, in the person of Felix and Zach, had to be engaged. But to do that, we had to engage the respective head of department, Professor Peter Pianin of the Information Technology Design Sciences, who is also a commissioner, one of the 7 commissioners of the Commission of Ghana. We are blessed to have him actually, because in Ghana there are 7 members of the Top Commission of Ghana, and the only one in active service is him, who fortunately works for us at the University of Energy. So apart from being an HOD, he also serves as a consultant to the Dean of Student Office. So we invited him, and also invited Dr. Atsinga Patilayo to engage them on why we were doing the splitting of the polling stations and number of polling stations we had and all that. So when we engage them, then after an hour or two, we engage all the aspirants, and then we share with them why there was a need, led by the student EC, the reason to split some of them and ensure that at least we can have less than 700 of student numbers per the polling station. And I think it's a good. Another thing also happened on Thursday, that was 14th of August 2024. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Ibisa Sarabediakon, which is a culture he has instituted, always meeting aspirants. It doesn't happen in any university. I don't know. I'm just waiting for a university that does that. It's a public university. But for him, for the past 4 years, he would always want to engage student leaders, engage them and share with them and listen to them. If there's any challenges, management will pick it up. It's a student election, but management have interest in who become the leader, and they want to ensure that the process is will accept it in good faith. So we met all of them, and something happened. On Thursday, we had information that Lewen was premiering his movie in Sunyani on Saturday, 16th August 2025. So we made a call through, they came, and then don't forget that he's also talking about Ibrahim Traore, the last African hero, which also deals with elections and how we should be good leaders. You see, my dear sister, the good news is that I tell our students that the reason why I am a committed, passionate, dedicated staff of this university is that we are so unique. We are so unique in what we do. And I tell people that if you were using the presence of physical monumental infrastructure as the basis to select a university, you know, would have been the last for most of them. But once you come into this ecosystem and this environment, you feel that students are valued and cherished. I'm a staff, but I will stay through until the election is declared. And we take the electoral commissioner, the media team, and the one who will be declared a winner to the studio to declare before I leave. That tells you how we are committed. It's a student election, but we must make sure we do not get anything wrong. And for me, you must always trust that you are in the best university in Ghana. I tell people that on 2 things have happened within the course of the year in August, and we have to let students know. The very day KNUST was expecting Sarkodie, B-Stripe, and then Smoke, our students were lambasting Oleku-led administration that they couldn't bring Cook Smoke. And so it was Strongman and Fleck who were coming. What happened was that I was the one who had a view, because when the other university were paying for it, we didn't pay a peso. They staged all the artists, it was for free. They were prepared to do it because of the corporate visibility of the University of Energy and Natural Resources. And in particular, for what you have done, it's highly commendable. You see, our students are very smart, and the way they carry themselves in glory, it's so nice. They can argue and make the noise, but they are very intelligent to the extent that they wouldn't fight. They will challenge through the right process. Somebody came to me requesting that we can get another polling officer to a station, and I told them I'm a bit handicapped, I can't do anything. It's a student election, so we need to go to the EC to direct. And the EC said we can't do that, because once you do it, we must do it for all the other 26 polling stations. And I think he was damn right. So to me, we must make sure them right. So to me, we must make sure, and we must commend them for what they have done. It doesn't happen in most of the universities. when there are elections and a bit of confusion here, everybody is quiet going about. By 4 p.m., most of the polling stations were done voting. Only few of them people were still queuing to vote. And I think it's very good. I take a pride in the fact that if students can do this, what is the signal to me as a staff? What is the signal to the Ghanaian? What is the signal to the African community? Because don't forget that if the EC do this and do it very well, it can be the EC for the region, it can be the EC for the district, it can be the EC for the constituency. So we are grooming people to be globally competitive in everything. So you are a potential MP in your constituency. I don't know where you come from, but you can really become an MP. So when you understand the game, that for me, our campaign should be decent. It should be clean. Like I said, after competition, intense competition, there must be a standing cooperation. You must pull everybody along. And that is why we are here. We have elected a leader that we feel that he can carry on the party of leadership for the next year. And most people like the two candidates. The electoral commission will have to determine who is the leader. But in Ansu and in Zach, I know each of them is capable enough to lead the student. And if you sit on the highest level, what I ask them to do is that when you win election and you take over, it's different from when you are campaigning. When you are campaigning, there are a lot of things you want to promise. I heard somebody say that you buy 10 abubuya and put it on the belly stretch of the road, and you will be taking 1 Ghana cedis instead of 3 Ghana cedis. So then you ask, is it feasible? Somebody say you buy a bus. So all of them are good, but we will have orientation for them. We will do orientation with the various stakeholders, procurement, audits, and all of that. We can see that we will take their policies and programs and see which of them is feasible, which one can be executed within the next 8 or 6 months. Because if you have seen the Oleku walkway, I call the Oleku walkway so nice, so nice. We want to reduce the dust in the ecosystem, and I think that the university would also want to do from the roundabout all the way to the Bank of Ghana, on your left. So I don't know his policy, but you peruse the policy and see which of them can be done now. Now, if you are watching me, in the history of Ghana, the University of Energy is blessed around this time than any other year. Why do I say that? As I speak to you now, we have been given 10 million Ghana cedis by the government of Ghana. Let me commend my president, your president, President John Dramani Mahama, for graciously giving us 10 million Ghana cedis. I've been told that about 2 million will be used to buy laptops and computers specifically for, SH. There's a place code on off the top. SH top there. They are expecting about 200 computers to be there. So they will do so that our nursing students would have their practicals, the IT student, the computer science student will be there. So this is the good news for the university community. Most of us don't know. Apart from that, plans are far advanced to start the Swate campus, which is 205 million euros. Okay, it's a huge sum of money. You go to whole Trafalgar and then the whole campus for UHAS. Don't forget that you now started the same time with around the same year with UHAS. UNER was established by an Act of Parliament Act 830, 31st of December 2011. By 17th of November 2012, the University of Energy actually enrolled 154 students. Now we are doing more than 18,000 students. And when it started, the University of Energy, UHAS had $60 million from the government of Ghana to start a brand new campus. In our case, we inherited a campus which used to be a forest training center for the whole West Africa. That metamorphosized into a university. The current Vice Chancellor's office, administration block, is a dormitory. That has been converted into an administration block. So, but the good news is that President John Evans Atamans of blessed memory, the very humble, noble African who established the university. And fortunately now, the current government, President Mahama was advised to him. So they have a lot of interest in this university. So if you watch this film within the last 3 months, all the new news are coming to the University of Energy. President Mahama was here in June and he delivered. He said that the University of Energy and ought to start a medical school. Another good news. Now once you start a medical school, the profile of the university will be elevated. So that's what I'm saying, that it's the right time to be a student of this university. Not that the Minister for Education was here on Monday, 18th of August 2025, and he's promising us a lecture complex. So all of these things students don't know. Students don't know. So I feel that we need to engage more, and I tell people that when you compare, you must compare appropriately. Don't compare this institution to an institution that is about 70 years old. Our institution is barely 12 years old. So we are doing very well. So across the globe, we are known as the fastest growing university in Africa. There are certain things about this university people don't know. For example, our Yorick X Observation Research Innovation Center, close to the App Lab. Okay, you know Yorick, heading towards that center. There are 10 of its kind. You know Yorick.
Is it which part of App Lab?
On your right, heading towards the School of Engineering block. You see, there's a. Okay, so we are good to go and prepare that. For us, these are unique to us, very, very unique to all of us, and nobody has it in Africa. Apart from that, there's a carbon thermometer flags. We are the only institution in Africa to have that carbon thermometer flags. It's responsible for measuring contribution of carbon to global warming, and we only institution have it in Africa. Because of that, the month of July and August has been dedicated to the use of intellectual resources. If you check the calendar for Ghana National Fire Service, that particular calendar, July and August has been dedicated to the investment of energy and natural resources. All these are incredible history. I tell you that if you are watching me anywhere in the world, pick your form, grab your form at GTB Bank, Ghana Post Office, Zenith Bank, Prudential Bank Ghana Limited, Fidelity Bank, and join this university because we provide you affordable, accessible, and quality teacher education. You always remember that for affordability, think of UNL. For accessibility, think of UNL. And for quality teacher education, you must always think about the procedures invested in intellectual resources. Not just that, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sabediako, is the reigning most respected public university vice chancellor in Ghana, and that tells you that you now would always be a wonderful home. Thank you very much, and I hope and pray that we get a leader who will work with us to ensure that student life is better off, student welfare is prioritized, and you now will always be the best in Africa. Thank you very much.
Mr. James, thank you so much. Thank you. Change your mind. This year elections can totally better community. Then measures namukuti in place. So we have with us the Deputy EC Chairperson, Mr. Smiler Mohammed, and we're about to have a couple of conversations with him. Mr. Smiler, a lot of people are commending you, the EC in general, for the great work you guys did today. What measures did you guys put in place that was different from the previous administrations?
All right, so thank you very much for this opportunity, and all thanks be to the Almighty God and the student populace as well for believing in us. And our appointments was made by the President Oleku Fairplay. He trusted us, and indeed we've delivered. You know, this SRC commission must be a commission where the members on board must be trusted, people with dignity, people that if they say it's blue, it's blue. And most people know me by that, and our chairperson, that's Mr. Emmanuel Boaten Jima, the other deputies, the two deputies, the members, and the PRO, and everybody is doing well. So when we talk about the integrity, I can say my members this year is a top notch, you get it. So one thing that we took into consideration is learning, doing consultation. So we consulted the previous ECs since it was our first time serving on the commission, on the board. So we contacted all of them, had trainings after trainings, sessions with them. So each and everything that we needed to know, they taught us. And we too, if somebody is teaching you, you have to do research about that. You have to go deep into it and find what you need to do. Our aim was to bring peace to Uenr election. Each and every year we have a successful election, peaceful, maybe sometimes one or two allegations. But this year, I think you, the media people, you were on grounds, not even a person trying to insult the other, because we made our everything that we put in place, we made it transparent to everybody. I commend our PRO, Mr. Richard Yatel, because he has been doing most. Because if the commission will do anything and we don't send it out, the students wouldn't know. One day I heard that some people were saying, hey, EC4 radio, every day you release a communique. And that was a way of making the people know what we had. Each and every step that we took, we made sure that the student populace were aware. And the election is not just the candidates that are stakeholders, but then the voters. The voters are major stakeholders. So in case of anything, any decision that you are taking, we must make sure that the voters partake in it. Sometimes release a communique and wait for response from the students. And sometimes we call the aspirants, we discuss things with them. Before becoming an EC, I thought EC, you just plan anything. That's what we saw it to be. EC will just plan anything, just tell them this is what we are going to do. But our board, we call them, this is what we want to do, what do you think about it? Even the CI that we reviewed, we call the aspirants, this that we want to implement. For example, the paperless policy, that all posters on campus walls must be removed. We called the aspirant. We spoke with them and they agreed. So everything about the commission was about communication, effective communication and trust between ourselves. So between the chairperson, deputies, members, PRO, secretary, we trusted ourselves. So I think I'm not saying much, but then with all these measures, that's what has brought us today where we are.
There were little to no chaotic moments, and we actually commend you guys for that. So what do you have to tell the people that are jubilating? The EC hasn't released anything. You haven't declared anything yet. And once the EC hasn't declared anything, nothing is official. So what do you have to tell the people that's jubilating right now?
All right, so
this year's election, there's been one thing that we commission Emmanuel Jimabuatin's led commission. That's what we term it by. We introduced something that has never been introduced here in Uenr by providing the candidates with pin sheets. So at each polling station, when we are done with counting everything, we will collate them, we write everything on the sheets. We will get a copy, then we get the pin sheets for the candidates. Where when they go and sit down, we had 29 polling stations each and every year. It was like 20. Last year was 25. This year was 27. So the candidates collating their results based on the 27 polling stations. By the time their agents will get there, give them the pin sheets, they will know that, okay, we've done our collation, so there is no need for back and forth. What they are waiting for is an official message from the EC. This thing, I think, last year's election, Ghana general election, that's, I think, what happened that made Dr. Mahmoud Baumia came out so early to congratulate His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. So it's the same thing. So those who are jubilating, we've done the collation, they've done everything, so they know. So what we are about to issue is an official something. It's not going to change from what they have. When you are done, you just go to your zonal collations.
So, Mr. Mohammed, you were talking about the various zones. Yeah.
All right. So this year's election, the presiding officer will send it to the collation center under the zone. So when they collate it from the zonal, the zone, it will come to the general collation center. So the general collation center, we are going to take from the 5 zones and collate it, and everything will be fine. I think that's one thing that we added this year that's made everything very smooth and simple.
I must actually commend you guys again for the great work you've done. So we are all still waiting for the final declaration. Thank you so much for having this interview with us, Mr. Mohammed. Thank you so much. When should the people expect the final declaration?
All right. So you see, at during elections, when we are done with everything, we give provisional results, and according to the constitution and the CI, in 24 hours time, we will give the final results. So let's expect the final results in 24 hours time. And I want to add one thing. The commission was led by a very brilliant leader. That's our chairperson. He's so humble, and he made everything simple for us. And we've learned a lot. We being continuing students, we are going to serve in the interest of the students and the school. God willing, if we are to stay in the commission and work as commissioners. And as the constitution states, and as everybody knows, the commission and the chairperson as the deputy, or all those in the commission, if they are on the commission and they have not completed school, or they resign, they continue to serve until they complete or resign. So I think, God willing, next year we are going to still serve the school, and we promise to do a better job than this one, because we had plans that, due to some reasons, we couldn't implement. I think, God willing, next year we can implement those. So watch out from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed. Thank you. No. No.
Bridget. So far we have heard from Sir James. So far you have interviewed the registrar from the Dean of Students, who is Sir James Clegg. So far you have interviewed from the registrar from the Dean of Students, who is Sir James Clegg, and also from the EC deputy. So far, what have been like the overall view from both sides?
So from the EC, he wasn't really surprised about how peaceful staff were today, because they put measures in place to ensure that this particular election was very peaceful. So he wasn't really surprised, and he actually commended the chairperson of the whole EC board. So I think they did a really good work. And Mr. James Clark also enlightened us on how much staff have the goodwill of students at heart. So I actually got to learn a lot from him, and I also got to realize that we the students don't indulge ourselves in the university matters like we are supposed to. He enlightened me on so much that's been going on in the school that I know you know about. He talked about the medical school that's underway. He talked about is it a certain amount that was given by I'm not really sure, one of the government officials. He talked about a lot of things. So I don't think students, we involve ourselves in the school matters like we are supposed to. So from both people, the EC and Mr. Clark, I actually got to know that this year's election was actually very peaceful, and many measures were put in place compared to the previous ones.
Okay, that's great. So in your view, you said the election has been great. So you mean there was no... Okay, so I was saying we have to praise the security officials too for a great work done, because even not for them, like I'm sure things will have happened, and we're real fair. I saw how like they were able to manage the queue, make sure that no one is able to cross them. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, there were more security personnel on campus than I've actually ever witnessed during an election. So yeah, we actually have to commend them a lot. They did a great work today.
So in your view, you have interviewed people like how they have seen the various candidates, their from the starting of their from their manifesto campaigns and all those stuff. How have you actually seen, from your view, because you have interviewed people on that, so how from your view, how have you actually seen the candidates from the starting of the election season, that from their campaign? How have you seen the candidates so far to now?
So I think Mr. Isaac was talking about how certain candidates started really early but ended up dropping out. So I think should I say big men in whole started really early but they ended up dropping out. So the campaign was actually quite great this year. They started really early, or majority of them started really early, and then those that didn't, we've seen the results. Those that didn't start early, we've seen the results. So campaigning early actually matters. It does matter.
But also along the way, we saw those who have dropped also join other candidates. So is it possible that since they have dropped, it will have an effect on the candidate that they are now supporting?
It did actually have an effect, but for now, since the EC hasn't declared anything, but looking at the numbers, I can't tell if it had a positive or negative effect, but it definitely did have an effect. Because a lot of people were complaining about how certain people have dropped out, but are still in the picture. Like, why are you still in the picture when you've dropped out? So I think it negatively affected the candidate who was actually going for the position, because it was like, if these people have dropped out but are still backing you, then it's for their own selfish reasons. So I don't know if it was right for all of them to come out as the big force. I don't know, but we can see, looking clearly at the numbers now, we can see that Mr. Zach is leading. So maybe, like I said, the big force wasn't big enough.
So in a case where maybe they didn't have dropped, but they had continued in the race, would there be an effect on the person leading now? Would there be an effect if they shouldn't have dropped but continued in the race?
Whether or not there would have been an effect, I can't really tell. But we all know that there were really great men, like I said, who were in the race that dropped out. So I think there would have been more tension. There was less tension today because it was just two candidates. But there would have been definitely more tension if it was more people. Initially, we were like 5, but like 3 also dropped out. So, of course, there would have been more tension. And the votes, the numbers would have scattered at least. Like, it would have been, maybe it wouldn't have been between Zach and Felix. Maybe it would have been between Zach and somebody else. So, yeah, if they didn't drop out, stuff might have changed today.
But we're saying that if the 5 candidates will still remain on 5, the things will have changed. But in the case, you can't lose presidency. There are 5 candidates as well. So what do you say about that? Because now I'm not sure anyone dropped. They all still remain, but there was no much tension. But you're saying that if an SR's presidency, if they had still remained inside, the possibility of tension happening will be very high.
Local NUGS presidency, it was actually, I thought it was tough from the beginning. So I'm actually very surprised right now looking at the numbers and how it's between just 2 people. I thought the numbers would have scattered among the 5 because they all seemed to have such great potential. The Falcon, Mr. Godfrey, did so well during his vetting. Mr. Kumi did so well. Mr. Advice did so well. Eustacia, the woman king, she did so well too. So I thought it would have been divided between all of them. So I'm actually surprised that it's between 2 people. But like they say, there's always the big men amongst the big men.
That is very true. What do I feel about the General Secretary as well? What is the General Secretary and the General Secretary and both the SLC, local NUGS, and also for the Wocom too?
So with the General Secretary, I don't have much to say because I don't know if I'm surprised or not. They all seem to have much potential. So I think the best person won, same as the local NUGS Wocom, local NUGS and SRC Wocom. Initially it was tight. It seemed like Miss Amina was tagging right along Miss Lydia, but we can now see that Miss Lydia is actually leading. So I think in all of the various positions, the best person won. Yeah.
So thank you. I think we'll pause there for the meantime and continue later.
Hello again. Hi. So it seems we have a new update. Henry for local news financial secretary was leading, but now Collins is leading. The guy with the afro hair. Many people had some allegations against him that it's against our culture to have the hair, so he's not even fit for the job. That was what they were focusing on instead of focusing on his potentials. But now it seems he's leading while Hui is right behind him. The gap is not so huge, but then we await what happens.
I'm actually very surprised because Oye was leading. He was a comfortable lead, so I'm actually very surprised. And with the whole hair thing, this whole culture thing, I don't want to talk about it because what do you mean by it's against our culture? I mean maybe against our norm or what we are used to, but I don't think someone's looks should be what the whole thing is about. We judge people way too much for how they look, and they talk about it during the vetting. His hair, was it a problem during the vetting?
They asked why he had it, and he told them that it was because of some medical conditions. That's what he said. But then they brought it up that in their CAN settings, if you're having that thing, they have some misconception about you. So it means you cannot even go to office with such thing. It's not presentable. Like there were a whole lot of issues. Even on school grounds, there were some people that were talking about it. That why should he have hair like that as a guy? You're supposed to cut it. I mean, it's nothing. He's going for a position. Check his potential. Yes, what you look, it's a very crucial thing too. You should check how you present yourself and all of that. But it's not as if his hair was unkept or something. He's very coordinated. He dresses nicely. And now he's at a comfortable lead. But we don't know what will happen. We are waiting the final results as the gap is not so huge.
So I think it's So we have with us the Dean of Students, Professor Simon Abugi. We are welcome, sir.
Thank you for having me.
So I want to know what you think about this year's election, the whole process from the vetting to now. What do you think was different from the previous elections?
Okay, thank you very much. I want to congratulate the EC and the vetting committee and the observers, lecturers who have been part of the election process, and everybody in the office of the Dean of Students that have been active in this election. And you know, every election we try to improve upon the other. So last year we had some challenges. Last year we had problems with pictures not matching names. We had problems with names not being spelled correct. So this year, what we did was we had a notice of poll. The ballot came early, and we made the candidate to certify that they were okay with it before we gave the go-ahead for the printing. So that enabled, we were able to eliminate that issue of not matching of names and pictures was eliminated. The other aspect, which was also critical this year, was the issue of the pink sheet. So we introduced pink sheet where every candidate, the agents can have copies of the results, so they will know ahead of the EC. They can do their own calculations, verify, and if they have any problems, we can always cross-check. And then, so that was also a novelty. And so basically, these were the few things. And then also we decided, because of our numbers increasing, this year the collation was done on zonal basis. So that has even fast-tracked the way the collation is going.
Okay, we also saw that there were more security personnel on campus today than the previous elections. What led to that?
Yeah, so security is paramount. We want everybody to be safe, to be free to exercise your franchise. So we had about 32 of our internal security people on campus, and also officially we were supposed to have 25 policemen, but because of the relation we have with the police and the office of the police service, they were able to give us more police, who were also equally about 32. So it was, that is how come we had, just to be sure that people are safe and to go about their exercising their franchise.
So although the EC hasn't declared anything yet, we've seen a couple of jubilations here and there. So what do you have to tell the students so that they don't engage in, or anybody that thinks hasn't been treated fairly, what do you have to tell them so that they don't engage in any violent situations?
Yeah, so this is student elections, and there are rules governing it. We are in the university, and there are rules governing our activities, so everybody must play by the rules. The official person who can declare results is the EC, so we are all waiting for the EC. Maybe because of the issue of the pink sheet, they've had their copies, they've done their own calculations, and that's why they are jubilating. But we will still wait for the EC to declare the results, and then we'll know the final outcome.
So Mr. Clark was here before you, and I must commend you for your interest in students. You are really highly appreciated, and thank you so much for granting us this interview. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me once again. I'm very grateful.
Asanta, you're welcome back.
Thank you.
So we were talking about culture and norms. I still want us to continue that conversation. So with the whole thing, Okay, actually in Uenr there are few guys. There are guys with locks, but we barely see guys with like actual braids. So the locks are more than the braids, and locks are somehow seen as normal. Do you think if what's his name, Collins, if Mr. Collins had locks instead of like a tied hair, like let's say so to speak a girl, do you think it would have been different? Because there are so many people with locks, or is it because the people with locks aren't going for positions?
I think if he had locks, the situation would have been worse. In the settings that we are in, if you have locks, they tag you as a weed smoker, a thief. Like they have this misconception about people with locks. He has just afro. It's even tied in a bun, and they have a problem with it. So imagine him having locks. They'll be like, Rasta boy. Eh?
So let's talk about the local news general secretary. Who is currently leading?
Joseph is currently leading. The gap is there. Not huge, but it's there.
It seems like the more zones that come in, the more matters change. So why are people jubilating? It's scary.
That's the thing, because look at Joseph, Henry, and then Collins. Sorry about that. Look at Henry and Collins. Now I think the gap is about 31 votes, and they are still adding everything up. So they should wait. Don't jubilate so early. They should wait for the EC to declare the final results. Then they jubilate. Because Aka Joseph, though he's leading, they are still compiling everything. And Faisal at first was lacking behind, but now he's closing the gap. So I think they should hold on to the jubilation, wait for everything is done, and then the EC declares the results.
So at the jubilations we are still hearing right now, is it like the SRC presidential race and maybe perhaps the local news presidential race? Because I don't think people are jubilating about the other portfolios as much, and I don't think it's safe for you to be jubilating because one moment Aka Joseph is leading, the next Abubakar is rising up. So I don't know if you guys are jubilating about the other portfolios. You should actually like wait a bit. Now let's take the SRC presidential race. The gap is actually very high. Very. In fact, I would never think something like that. The gap is actually very huge, and I'm so surprised because they had like five people backing one person.
Yes. On their flyer, the big four. So I really thought all these people will bring people, and they would have a very big or a massive voters backing them. But it seems Zach's publicity was massive. Very good, and now they are taking a very comfortable.
So a couple of interviews back, Christabel was talking about how she asked me if I thought the big four for the other people who drew out back in Felix if it had like bad or good impact on his race. What do you think?
Okay, looking at what people were saying, I was hearing a lot of things. For instance, I was hearing some things about the running mate for Felix, who is the current SRC financial secretary. Yes. Most of the people were saying he did them bad. So it seems the people that joined Felix in a way had a negative impact. Because most of them were saying if only Felix drops the vice president and brings someone else, they would vote for him. So I think it had a positive, but then a much negative impact as compared to the positive.
I also heard rumors about how this is alleged. I heard rumors about how the vice for president stepped in as some sort of favor. Did you hear that? You know how one of the supposed big men dropped out, and all of a sudden Felix introduces someone as his vice, and this vice is like person in the same class as this big man. And there were rumors that it was some sort of favor. And I'm like this thing again, because what do you mean by favor? And the whole thing with you dropping out, you made your intentions clear, like you made it known to the public that because of this and you are dropping out, but then we still see you doing more campaigns than the president himself. What do you have to say about that?
Okay, what I have to say is that most people thought because he had dropped out and is now backing Felix, maybe there's something in it for him, because nobody will do anything for free. That was the rumor spreading. Allegedly, people were saying they've already shared their portfolios among themselves, so everybody knows what he or she is in for. That is why they were supporting Felix. And I don't know how true that is, because I'm not in their heads, and it seems we'll never even know, because exactly taking accountability. But what I have to say is that I don't think they favored anybody saying that they're in the same class. That's why they favored niche. No, I don't think that is it. Maybe there was an obstacle that was preventing the big man from actually coming or vicing Felix. That was why they went in for niche. And most people decided not to vote for them because of niche. But all is well. Whatever happens, life goes on.
And I hope at the end of the day, like the best man wins. Yes. I really do hope the best man wins. Now, with helping someone campaign, you know the notion that goes behind it. Like the moment you are helping someone campaign, people think, oh, Oba, like they are. So I don't know. Is it? What do you think about giving appointments to people who helped you campaign? Is it? Do they sometimes overlook whether or not the person is capable, or like think like someone has shown dedication, they deserve to be appreciated with our appointment?
When someone has shown dedication, the person deserves to be appreciated. But then I feel there are so many different ways you can show appreciation. If someone helped you and you decide to appoint that person as a speaker, meanwhile you know that person isn't competent enough, I think you are jeopardizing your tenure. And at the end of the day, it's your tenure that will have that negative name attached to it. So instead of appreciating them with appointments, even if you appreciate them with appointments, how about you appoint them to positions that they actually deserve? If someone supported you and you realize that person is very good at doing the PR work, why not take that person to the PR work instead of giving that person something else? If they are to do that, I think that would help instead of just appointing them because you want to show appreciation.
So we are both students, and then we hear stuff that goes around. Like even though we are media and all of that, we are in classes, we hear stuff that go around. And we heard that there was tension, some supposed tension, because Mr. Zach was coming from the IT department, and we all know there are massive number on campus. So there was some sort of tension, and you know, majority.
Remember when I came previously, we talked about how many people would want the president to come from their department so that they boosted. So I think him coming from the ITS department actually had an impact on the vote that he's getting right now. And it's funny how his vice came from the engineering department, and Felix's vice too came from the engineering department. Felix's accomplices, most of them were from the engineering department, but still they were able to get numbers from the engineering department. That means they're able to get numbers from the engineering department to add to the ITS department. And I think that was really impressive.
So let's talk about changing portfolios. You know how someone let's take Stacia. She initially contested for general secretary, and then she came this year contesting for local president. And during the vetting, I think she was asked about the sudden change of portfolios. Is it because she didn't know what she wants? But people in general, we discover stuff along the way as we go, and it had been a while since the general secretary thing, and then now the local. So do you think? What do you think about changing portfolios? Do you think just people will criticize you for not knowing what you want? If you actually went for this portfolio last year, and you feel like now you are more drawn to this, do you think you should change it, or do you think you should just because people will criticize you?
You have the right to change. I mean, human beings are dynamic. Sorry. So if you think last year you went for a general secretary, it didn't go well, so now you want to go for local NUGS presidential seat. That's fine. But then if you don't play your cards well, you will lose. That's the thing. Because you see. We've seen situations where people had gone for a portfolio, didn't win, went the following time, but won. And we've also seen otherwise. So the thing is a 50-50 something. You don't know how it will turn out. You're just trying your luck. And I think she was trying her luck with the local presidential seat. She doesn't know how it will turn out. I mean, she doesn't. We all don't because they are still correlating everything. And though the gap is there, we don't know what will happen. But it's a 50-50 win, and everybody's trying their luck. You have the right to do whatever, but be very cautious because you might end up losing everything. There are some people saying that if she had gone for what she went for last year, then there would have been a high chance of her winning, which I think was true because last year she had the numbers and the margin wasn't so wide. But this year she decided to change, and well, let's see how it goes at the end of it all.
With that whole criticism with changing portfolios, I think they criticize you when you lost a particular portfolio and then you come again for another one, because the moment you win this portfolio, like maybe let's take Netrin, he's the current financial secretary. He's going for, or he went, it's past. He went for vice president. People didn't criticize him because they feel like he's upgrading himself. But the moment you lost, you're not supposed to go for something else because you don't know what you want. How is that even possible? So it's like the moment you lost, you're supposed to have some sort of second coming for that same position. What do you have to say about that?
Everybody expects a second coming, and with Nitrin's own, even though he's upgrading himself, people still criticized him because they say he didn't really do all when he became the financial secretary, and that has had a huge impact on the votes as we see now. So being criticized just because you didn't win and you are going for something else shouldn't really discourage anybody because it doesn't really matter. You are the one deciding what you want, and so what people think shouldn't really matter so much. And right now, I think Stacia has moved to the third position. Yes, because it seems Mr. Kente is now coming up. Whoa, things are taking a turn. We don't know what is happening. We don't know what will happen at the end. We are just hoping for the best. Figures keep changing, gaps keep widening and closing. But at the end of it all, let's hope everything turns out well. Everybody accepts whatever votes they got, and we move on. Yes. Wow.
So, Asanta, thank you so much again. I'll surely see you again.
So as a media person on grounds, this year, how have you seen the election so far?
All right, so I would say for this year election, as compared to the previous years, like the years that I've witnessed the election on campus, I would say there's a lot of improvements in the work of the EC. Because last year I was on ground as a media personnel. I saw how things go. This year I think all the agents for all candidates or aspirants, all candidates have their own pink sheets, and I think that is the reason why these people have not finished the coalition, and then you see the students celebrating already because they have their own pink sheets. They can also sit somewhere and then do the calculation themselves, which is like a very good idea that the EC has brought this year, as compared to last year's own, where students were standing out there waiting for the EC. They were shouting EC, EC, EC. You see that kind of thing. So this year, like, I think there's a lot of improvement in the work of the EC, and I'm very happy about that, how things are going this year's election.
Okay, so as a media person, if you compare how last year media work was in the previous election and this year's election, how do you tend to compare it? Was it better than last year's election in regards to how you react with the EC officials and then those who were organizing the elections?
All right. As for the media work, I think we the media guys there last year, it was the same thing that we did, just that the SRC didn't provide enough tax for us, so there were difficulties for us to move into the polling stations for results or something, for data to provide for our people in the Collation Center to update the people out there, because we couldn't, like, all of us couldn't get the tax as media personnel. But I think this year the tax were many enough for all of us, or most of us, to get, which makes the work of the media very easy this time.
Okay, so let's go to the elections ground previously. So as we are going around like the grounds today, the election started around 8 a.m. and ended at 4 p.m. in most polling stations. How was the atmosphere at the various polling stations?
Oh, I would say it was very cool, very amazing. If I would say it was very amazing, because we didn't record any chaos or any like argument between candidates or supporters. The election went on smoothly since morning from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. It was very cool. The students do comply by the rules and the regulations of the election, and as well as the candidates. So the election this year really went on smoothly from the morning up to now, where we are at the Collation Center.
Okay, so let's go to the results right now that have been displayed. And we have been following the candidates throughout their campaign season up to now. I know as a media person, we're getting like up to date like feedback, up to back feedback on various candidates of various portfolios. So when as the results is being collated and it's still being collected, do you, if you compare what you are seeing previous as a media person in the grounds to now, is there any like similarities, or there's a change, or it's a surprise in some candidates? How do you see it?
Actually, the results, like, if you are looking at the results I'm seeing right now, or the results I'm looking at currently, some of them do favor the candidates. Like, some of them do favor the candidates, and some of them don't. Why do I say this? You see someone like you see someone that you think the person really did his or her best during his campaign or her campaign, and you see that the person was very, very popular to the student populace. But the results that you see here may not go with all these things that I've mentioned. And some of them too, we saw that they really did well in campaigning. They made themselves very popular to the students, and the results actually favored them. So that's all that I can say concerning the results, and then how best these candidates do during their campaigns, and then all that.
So it means that so when the results are being collected, it's not as a surprise to you. It's you have somehow expected those results already.
It's a little bit like if I should say is there's a surprise to me is just one portfolio or two. That's I didn't expect what I'm seeing right now, and it's happening. So it's not all the portfolios. For the rest of the portfolios there, I think the results really go with how they did their campaign and how popular they were on campus.
Okay.
Two portfolios that I'm seeing that I would say is a surprise to me.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much for your time. I really bless.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Asanswa. So we are currently seeing the collected results on the screen as projected by the projector. So now let's talk about the local NUGS General Secretary. I don't know how you have seen the trend. It's like one person have been leading with a big gap.
I can see that Joseph has maintained the gap. Faisal is trying to close the gap, but Joseph is keen on maintaining the gap. The gap is very huge, and I see a trend in the local news financial secretary's correlated results. It seems Mr. Henry will come up, then Mr. Collins will come up, then it will change again. Like, so many people are tense right now in this room because it isn't static as compared to the other ones with one person having a comfortable lead for their own. You can really see the competition there and see that there are so many votes that haven't been correlated yet. And the more the votes are piling up, the more you can see that the competition between those two are very tensed. Yes.
Okay, this kind of remind me of last year's election. I don't know if we are wrong. I think it similarly happened in the Wocom's results too. When one was like was going up, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the thing changed.
Yeah.
And I think I'm seeing a similar thing in the local NUGS financial secretary too as well. So even with the SLC General Secretary, you said Cornelia has maintained her position as being the top with 3,000 plus votes, where her various competitors are still at 1,000 votes. I don't know how, but then when I interviewed one person, when they were interviewing Bridget said that because they started the campaign earlier, So maybe that might be her advantage. But in the case, I'm sure maybe Andrew started his campaign earlier too. So I don't really know how like she's still leading with a very high amount of votes. So I don't know why it's surprising, but I don't really know. But like it's quite like huge for me. I don't know what to say about that.
I think it's because Cornelia already had a position. You see, she held a position at Hall too. She had the exposure. She had the time to relate with the people, not just have an interpersonal relationship with them, but also serve them as a leader. So I think that gave her the exposure and the upper hand in this election as compared to Andrew, who had also brought himself out and was exposing himself to the various students. I think that's why Cornelia is having the upper hand now, and she has had a very comfortable lead because so far nobody has been able to beat her votes. She's still leading, just going just like that, not like Collins and then always own. Zach too has been leading. You can see that Felix isn't really much closing the gap. Zach is still heading, and then things are going very well. I think whatever is happening here is very interesting. Very, very interesting. I like how things are confusing people because nobody knows for sure who is winning. Even though we know that for the SRC presidential votes, Zach is leading, but with the other ones, you don't know who actually is leading. But things are going well. We like however things are happening here. Welcome back, Miss Bridget. And as you can see now, even though Mr. Kente tried to take Estasia's place, Estasia has come back, but still couldn't close the gap between him and then Advice. As you can see that for their own, Advice has taken a very comfortable lead. Amidst all the allegations against him, he's still leading, still thriving over there. We see that now Hoye and then Collins votes has become static. Initially, it was just going up and down, but now it has become static. Cornelia is still leading with Winifred right behind her. Raymond too is still leading, even though you can see that Sway has now closed the gap, but then Raymond is still leading. We don't know how DS will turn out, but we hope for the best. Mr. Joseph too is still leading with Mr. Faisal right behind him. We just wish everything ends very well.
So just like we were saying, it seems the battle between Owe and the other guy, what's his name?
Collins.
It rises and falls. One moment Owe is leading, the next Collins is leading, but at the moment I think Owe is in like a 200 lead gap. So that's good. Cornelia is still leading. She's actually in a very comfortable lead. Very comfortable lead. And with Michael and Ray.
Yeah.
Ray was at such a high point, and all of a sudden Michael is climbing up. That's why I'm saying, why are you jubilating? Because the numbers here, it keeps changing. This is so surprising. It keeps changing. What do you think is causing that? Is it that the majority of the zones are now coming in?
Yes, because you see, everybody has where his or her votes, majority of where his or her votes came from. So if they correlate where your votes were least, and now they are bringing where you had much votes, obviously your votes will shoot up. As you can see, Sway's votes has shot up all of a sudden and is now really trailing behind Raymond's figures. We don't know what is going to happen, but we just hope things turn out very well. Yeah.
And with the local news presidential aspirants, it seems apart from Mr. Kofor and the one who is currently leading, the rest are in their thousands. But looking at Mr. Kofor's votes, it seems it's quite down. It's quite down. I don't get it. Is it that, okay, I actually didn't see him around much. I didn't, aside from, to be honest, if I only saw him during the vetting. So I don't know if that's why his votes are actually down compared to the other candidates. They all seem to be in a good position, even though Mr. Advice is leading. Although Mr. Advice got not recommended, but he is leading.
That's the thing. Because they had some polls and anonymous messages in the various WhatsApp groups, and most of them were saying they don't really care whether the vetting panel says someone isn't recommended. They would still vote for the person. After all, the vetting panel is not them, and they are not the vetting panel. Not recommended is from the vetting panel, not from them. So they will vote for the person they want to vote for, as long as the person is not disqualified. That was what most of the people were saying in their anonymous messages and the polls too. So I think it doesn't really matter. The not recommended didn't really affect Advice very much. He's still at a comfortable lead. Nobody seems to even come close to what he's getting right now. So it doesn't really matter with the not recommended. Yes, it doesn't.
It's actually good to see. So is it dedication? Do the students, or is it pity? I don't know how to put it. Or is it because he started early? So what I've realized is that even if you started early and then vetting results don't go in your favor, the students still feel like they owe you some sort of dedication because you showed up early. And the people who actually did so well in their vetting that we expected to be leading right now, they are nowhere close to Advice. And that's actually very impressive. That's actually very impressive. Mr. Kumi is also Mr. Kumi is actually building up his stations votes now. That's really nice to see. Interesting times ahead.
His votes as the local news financial secretary, his votes seems to be very, very low. Mr. Randy's votes, as compared to the others, he's still in his hundreds, so all the others are thriving in their thousands, some even in their 2000s. Mr. Kufuor's own too, as he said, I didn't really see much of his campaign. Yes, I didn't see much as compared to the others. So I'm not surprised they are very low. Mr. Randy too, it seems he became very active at the 11th hour. I think that's also affecting his votes. But everything seems coordinated and very well done. Yeah, big ups to all of them.
Campaigning matters then. Campaigning actually matters. It's quite impressive. The numbers are quite impressive. Like a lot of people showed up today. So many people. The numbers are quite impressive. Like a lot of people showed up today. So many people showed up today. So many people showed up. It's great to see. It's great to see how people can back you even when vetting results say you are not fit. Yeah, it's really great to see. So the Falcon is, I think, looking at the scores now, the Falcon is like fourth. I'm really surprised with Mr. Kufuor's own though. Like, I mean, I didn't see much of his campaigning, but looking at the number that we are seeing now, it's very low. He's not even in his 500s yet. I'm really intrigued to know how Mr. OAN on his own end.
Intriguing. You can't predict it. In the beginning, Mr. Howe was leading, then Mel just came. Now Howe is back to his lead. We don't know what will happen because they are still correlating everything. Okay, so Mr. Isaac, as you can see, the voting is turning out to be very intriguing. We see that most of those that are leading are still leading. Nobody is trying to overtake anybody. The gaps are not even widening or closing anymore. It's like everything has become static. So what do you think? What do you think about everything now? Why do you think everything is now static? And we are almost getting to the end of everything. You see, it seems they've correlated all the votes at the polling stations, almost all of them. And we are very sure of who is winning and who is not winning.
All right, so I would say this year, like the decision by the students is very, very clear. So from the beginning, you could see that this person is winning, and up to now, we haven't seen any like much changes like that. So you see, if the decision is very clear, you can see it from the beginning, and maybe what we are seeing right now, I don't think anything can change the result that we are seeing right now, because they've collated most or almost all the polling stations, and the results how we saw them from the beginning is still the same thing, and the gap, I think, is increasing, not the other way around, as compared to last year, where you could see that two people, maybe they will collate about 2 or 3 polling stations, and then 2 candidates will be on the same level. Like the gap wouldn't be that much. If this one is moving, the other one is following. But this year, I think the decision is very, very clear, and from the beginning, you could see who is winning, and it's.
Oh, really? So from the beginning, you could see that this person was winning for all their portfolios.
I wouldn't say all, but most of them from the beginning. The time that they started the coalition, you can see that like this person would just jump, and then as they keep on collating, the results or the gap is widening, not dropping.
But you can see Andy's way for the local SRC Financial Secretary. He's closing the gap on Raymond. Even though Raymond is still at a comfortable lead, but the gap was very huge. Now it's not as huge as before. And for Meldrix and Mr. Hoye too, even though now we can see that the votes have been maintained, I think the more they correlate everything, the more it jumps, the more the gap closes. So will you say you knew from the beginning who was going to win?
Everything boils down to what I just said. If the decision is clear, like if the students just come out that, oh, this is who that we want to lead us, you can see it from the beginning that at the time that they started the coalition, the guy he gave them a very wide gap.
Which guy?
Like we and then that guy. Yeah, he gave him a very wide gap, and which is why right now, although he's trying to close it, but because it was that much or that wide, no, I don't think he can really do it, because they've almost done with most of the polling stations.
I understand what you're saying. So now you are very sure of who is winning each portfolio. Looking at
I would say whoever that is leading right now, I think is winning because they are almost done.
Okay. I think I'll buy into what you're saying, because now it's true, they're almost done, and you can see that most of them are at comfortable leads.
There's one thing that I think these people, they haven't started the coalition yet, but we saw students posting some candidates. You see, president-elect, SRC elected, and all that. And I even saw a particular flyer. Yes, the flyer was stating the total votes for the the SRC candidates. The flyer was stating the total votes for the SRC candidates, and the reason. Alright, so as I was saying, as compared to last year election, because last year I was actually on grounds during the election, and I saw how things went. And if I'm to compare last year's own to this year, I would say there's a lot of improvements in the work of the EC, because last year the EC couldn't provide to us, we the media personnel, enough tax, which made our work very difficult during because the security or the polling officials didn't allow us to enter for information or for data, because we weren't wearing any tax. We to show that we are accredited media personnel who should be allowed to come inside the polling stations and then take data. But this year they were able to give us enough tax, which most of our people or almost all of us got tax, but it made our work very easy this time.
That's also very true. The work went smoothly, everything was on point. Thank you very much for coming here. I really appreciated your, and we hope for the best. I keep on saying we hope for the best because it's elections, anything can happen. So we just hope things go on as it began in the morning, and it's a state till now.
The peace that we've had from morning till now. That's all that we hope for.
Thank you.
Two microphones. Two microphones. This also microphone. Go to mic.
So, do you think the people care about the results? Looking at how everyone is already jubilating, do you think it's going to change anything? Are people going to be in shock? Because we are here looking at the numbers right now, and they keep rising and falling. People who we thought were leading are like lagging behind right now. So, do you think the final declaration is going to change anything?
Yes, possible. If you take a look at the LNUGS finance secretary like this, we reached a point where Collins was leading. But then later, it's like he's not more leading, he has dropped. I don't know if there'll be additional vote that might increase his vote. I don't really know about that. But it looks like that portfolio is kind of competing with the two of them because and it's like, oh, the people are only celebrating with the both of them. Which is really surprising because they don't know the final results, but both camps are already jubilating about their results. They are very, very jubilating. So I'm sure one camp will be going to do a surprise shock. Yes.
And it's not just with that one, with the SRC financial secretary like this. We saw that Mr. Raymond was at a comfortable lead, and all of a sudden, Mr. Michael is also climbing high. Although stuff aren't looking well for Mr. Kenneth, not just that we just talked about OA and Collins. It's so surprising, but it looks like Mr. Zachariah is still in quite a comfortable lead. He's leading by at least 1,000 votes. That's quite impressive. So we are still waiting for the EC to declare the final results. Stuff are looking quite complicated here. People we thought were winning aren't winning anymore. So I don't know if you are celebrating the right person. Maybe this might change your whole mood. Stuff looks quite engaging so far. It's really surprising. So I think it's because of how late some votes turned in. With respect to the zones, I think some of the results from the zones turned in quite late. So we had, like Asanta was saying, people have various stations that would give them much votes compared to other places. So I think that's why we are having this sudden change of numbers. But it's really interesting to see. So you are still watching Uenr TV. This is Uenr Election Headquarters. We've been live streaming since the election grounds, and now we are giving you the collation. We are still waiting for the EC. So let's talk about the local LNUGS presidency. We all know that advice is winning, but I want us to talk about Eustacia and Emmanuel Kumi. Eustacia was leading, she's still leading Emmanuel, which is surprising. I think she was leading and then all of a sudden it came down and Emmanuel was leading, but she's back up. That's nice. And advice is leading them by roughly perhaps 300 plus votes. That's quite good. It seems Nana Kofo's votes aren't going any high. It seems it's not going any higher. I can't believe it's still not up to 500, while the others are in their thousands.
I think for Nana Akufo, I didn't really see him on grounds as expected from the other four. So I think that what is a result. So the vote is like a result from his campaign. Because from the I think so far, apart from Godbe, who is now in 2,000 plus votes, the remaining 1,000 votes, yes, God bless, they were on grounds working. But I can't say for them other ones. And for Emmanuel, well, for him, it's quite like, it seems like the gap between he and Eustacia is not really that wide as compared. Because I remember he was like around 500 thereabout. But yeah, all of a sudden he's got to 2,671, which is quite, it means that maybe if votes in that are really favoring him, because the possibility that he might come and pass Eustacia. Yes. And when you look at the finance, as I said, we'll wait and see. I don't know if this is all the result from all the zones. But then, if it's not all that, and in the SLC General Secretary, Ghana is still in the lead with comfortable with when you Fred being behind with 1,000 votes. I'm not sure the gap will close anytime soon. I'm sure the gap will still be there.
Let's talk about secretaries. If you've studied or if you've noticed, anytime a girl and a boy goes for a secretary position, normally a girl wins.
Yeah, but in this case, it's two ladies and one gentleman. So I don't know. It's like, I don't know, it's going to be like gender balance or something like that. Because if it's gender balance, in this case, sympathy votes will have won the male side. Because that would have happened in previous years where there's only one female that is going with the guys. But then she wins. But in this case, it's two ladies, and yeah, like a ladies is leading, while the gender is far behind. So I think it's still the gender balance because the ladies are more in front of the gents. I don't know if that would also be like possible if there was a lady in the local LNUGS General Secretary, because the local General Secretary and they're all males. There's no female competitor among them. I don't know if there have been, because I think this is the first time I've actually seen like aspirants for local LNUGS General Secretary where they are all males. There's no one female. This is the first time I've seen that. So I don't know if there will have been a female being part of them. There will have been a change in their whole everything. But I don't think like that for this year. Yeah.
Do you think it matters when you're like second runner up? You know how perhaps when you're in level 200 and you're second runner up for a particular position, you know, or if I go for this same position next year, there is a high chance that I might win. But if you're like in level 300 and you're second runner up, does it really count? Because I feel like we focus way too much on, I mean, at the end of the day, we all want to see who won. That's the whole thing. But do you think we should commend people that were second runner-ups?
Yeah, I think we should commend them because they have put a lot of resources together, and in the case that no one is ready to go for it, but they have sacrificed their time and energy to say, okay, in this case, I want to go for this. So I didn't have to commend them, although they didn't win the election. So at least the effort is not going wasted. I'm sure if they go somewhere and they say that I was one aspirant for this portfolio and I was the first runner up, but okay, this guy had like wanted to go for wanted to show the capability of the leaders. So I think so, although they may not have won, but then outside well they will still have the capability that okay, they had the interest of being the leader. Although even if the person is even the last with a low vote, so like he wanted to like have the value to serve people. Yes, I think it's important. We're so praising them because money and resources and energy have entered the race. So they're really done well. No matter their position, they have done well. Yes.
And with the Wocom position, we can see Lydia leading Amina by roughly 600 votes. Do you think the fact that Lydia is from the nursing department had a role to play? I'm not really sure of the department Amina is in, but we both know that nursing, they have the girls. So do you think that had a role to play?
I won't really say that because okay, I'm not from mechanical engineering. And look at engineering, we have low amount of ladies in the department. But I won't really say because maybe Lydia is from the next department. Because when we see from Tossi's presidency, first from the next department, whatever the case, his numbers are not encouraging. So I won't say that
Hello. Final collations are ongoing. The moment is drawing near. The moment you've all been waiting for. The moment for the EC to declare final winners of various portfolios. But I think since we've been live streaming and showcasing the numbers already, people know who is leading what and who has taken what. We are just waiting for the EC to make things official. So no changes so far. Cornelia is still leading at a very comfortable lead. So is Lydia for Wocom. She's also at a really comfortable
Hello, hello. Okay. Hello. Is that normal?
Ika chomzi. Ika chomzi yum. Maya chwe. Oh, and what? You can't hear. And when Sena, me kind Hannah. Remedy. Here's the final result of the unit. Yeah. Remedy. Enter now. Oh, yeah,
Good morning, Ghana. Good morning.
Very important.
Yeah, but this camera no man, zoom it in. I don't want to check a line then. Yeah, my meeting. Você vai ver tudo mais que isso, né?
Se yangu mfano polisi mfano polisi mama sana hata ujikura mama visi mfano tungawa picha mtakasana mali amana achane power bank I'll have to be given Africa, sir.
Your time, boss.
I'm going to put a nice camera. I can't find it. Picture. Whatever. Can okay. Yeah, ready. Young Kwana. Young Kwana.
Siapa? Yo. Abe okay. Jimmy. Berani saya abe live no more.
Short video. Short video. Mkwana. Hello. Good evening, Ghana. Good evening, Africa.
My easy check. My incoming easy check.
Mohammed, you're serious. I'm quiet. I know it's sniffing. I'm cut and start. And then I post and start. Yeah, fine. Yeah, I'm doing. Hopefully, yeah, clear. Oh, you do my fine, so I know go. Oh. When you're finishing now, when you're moving on the other bit of information, you pick up.
All right.
Vice Chancellor Management.
Yes, we will. Nobody, nobody. Mummy good girl. Nobody. Yes, see your motion.
Take election. Take when someone can say nana. Hello. Okay. Hello. Young Kwana. Menka. Good evening. What's not for you, man? Take all the money. Good evening, Ghana. Good evening, Africa. We bring you warm greetings from the headquarters of the Election Collation Center, precisely at the most prestigious university in Africa, the University of Energy and Natural Resources. We want to use this opportunity to thank the good people of Ghana, especially the university community, the Vice Chancellor, the most respected University Vice Chancellor, Professor Elvis Asarbediako, hard-working management team, then the head of security, Uncle Zach Abdullah. We are so grateful for your profound support, and we believe that this has been very successful. We have to thank you. To the university community, those who serve as eminent and distinguished observers, we thank you so much. The long-awaited journey is finally here. I'll hand over to my respected EC to declare to us the official leadership for 2025-2026 academic year. I must commend the students. They have been very, very, disciplined. And this election has got the best in the 12 years
observers, security personnel, and the student body at large. The atmosphere was one of the discipline and order. Students turned out in their numbers, exercising their rights to vote freely and peacefully. Every ballot cast today is not merely a mark on paper, but a voice in shaping the destiny of our students' community. Indeed, a single tree cannot make a forest, and today, through the collective action of thousands, we have strengthened the forest of students' democracy. Let me take this opportunity to go through with you the provisional results for the Uenr SRC or local news general elections 2025. So in all there are 7 portfolios. We are having the SRC president, the SRC general secretary, the SRC financial secretary, we have the Wocom, we have the LNUGS president, the LNUGS general secretary, and then the LNUGS financial secretary. So let me start by announcing the results from the Women Commission. Over there we had 2 candidates. We had Osei Lydia Echama and then Amidu Amina. Out of all these electoral process, we are confident enough to give you the provisional results of the Women's Commission. Osei Lydia Echama had 1,749 votes, whilst Amidu Amina had 1,091 votes. We had a rejected vote of 17. I proceed to the local news financial secretary. For the local news financial secretary, we had 4 people contesting. We have Henry Owusu Ampon, Isaac Amponsa, Ajiman Kari Ba Randy, Collins Danso Intiamwa. I'm confident enough to give you the provisional results of the local news financial secretary. Henry Owusu Ampon had a total vote of 2,658 votes, constituting 36.52% of the total votes cast. Isaac Amponsa had 1,485 votes, constituting 20.46% of the total votes cast. Ajiman Kari Ba Randy had 626 votes, constituting 8.6% of the total votes cast. Collins Danso Intiamwa, Fraser, and Asiedu Inketia Joseph. Out of the turnout or the votes cast in favor of these various candidates, here are the provisional results for the local news general secretary portfolio. Joseph obtained 2,868 votes, constituting 40.37% of the total votes cast. Bubakar Fraser obtained 2,184 votes, constituting 30.74% of the total votes cast. Siedu Inketia Joseph obtained 1,891 votes, constituting 26.62% of the total votes cast. The total rejected votes amounted to 161, constituting 2.27% of the votes cast in favor of these candidates. At this juncture, the Electoral Commission of the University of Energy and Natural Resource proudly informed the students populace that Aka Joseph has been elected as the local news general secretary for the 2025 local news elections. We proceed to the local news president. Over there we had 5 people contesting, or 5 candidates. We had Nana Kufuor Akumfi Ameyao, Emmanuel Kwame Kumi, upon Eustacia Tiwa, Godfred Kunadu Ofori, and then God bless Ofosuhene Appleton. Here are the valid votes cast in favor of these various candidates. Nana Kufuor Akumfi Ameyao obtained 372 votes, constituting 5.11% of the total votes cast. Emmanuel Kwame Kumi obtained 1,671 votes, constituting 22.93% of the total votes cast. While Eustacia Tiwa obtained 1,725 votes, constituting 23.68% of the total votes cast. Godfred Kunadu Ofori obtained 1,068 votes, constituting 14.66% of the total votes cast. God bless Ofosuhene Appleton obtained 2,381 votes, constituting 32.68% of the total votes cast. In all, we had a rejected vote of 69, constituting 0.95% of the total votes cast. At this juncture, I would like the whole student populace to be aware of the new local news president-elect. God bless Ofosuhene Appleton, according to our provisional results, has been elected as the local news president of the University of Energy and Natural Resource. We move on to the SRC portfolios. So I begin with SRC Financial Secretary. Over there we had 3 candidates: Belwa Andy Michael, Osei Kenneth Afifa, and Obin Fosu Raymond. Out of the total votes cast in favor of these candidates, here are the provisional results. Belwa Andy Michael obtained 2,649 votes, constituting 36.34% of the total votes cast. Osei Kenneth Afifa obtained 1,573 votes, constituting 21.58% of the total votes cast. Obeying Fosu Raymond obtained 2,965 votes, constituting 40.67% of the total votes cast. In all, the rejected votes for these various candidates per the portfolio amounted to 103, constituting 1.41% of the total votes cast. At this juncture, I'm proud, and the Commission is proud enough to inform the students' populace that Obeng Fosu Raymond has been elected as the Financial Secretary of the Uenr SRC. We proceed to the General Secretary portfolio. Over there we had 3 candidates: Cornelia Kari, Winfred Daniels Zegu, and then Kuzum Andrews. Out of the total votes cast in favor of these various candidates, Cornelia Kakari obtained 3,547 votes, constituting 48.90% of the total votes cast. Winfred Daniels Zegu obtained 2,003, constituting 27.62% of the total votes cast. Kuzum Andrews obtained 1,640 votes, constituting 22.61% of the total votes cast. In all, the rejected votes were 63, constituting 0.87% of the total votes cast. The Electoral Commission of the Uenr SRC hereby announced to the entire populace of the University of Energy and Natural Resource that the General Secretary elect at the SRC level is Cornelia Kakari. We move on to the final, but not the least, the Uenr SRC presidential portfolio. Over there we had 2 candidates: Abdullahi J. Zakaria and Felix Shre. Out of the total votes cast in favor of these various candidates, Abdullahi J. Zakaria obtained 4,821 votes, constituting 66.1% of the total votes cast. Felix Shre obtained 2,398 votes, constituting 32.88% of the total votes cast. The rejected votes for this portfolio was 75, constituting 1.03% of the total votes cast. At this juncture, I would like to inform the whole students' populace that our SRC president elect, according to the provisional results we have here, as of 20th August 2025, is Abdullahi J. Zakaria. I wish to commend the candidates for their maturity and respect for the rules throughout this process. Leadership contests can test our patience and our character, but you have demonstrated resilience and commitment to the democratic spirit of this institution. I extend my profound gratitude to the Dean's Board and the University Management, whose guidance and support provided the enabling environment of these elections, to the security services Thank you for maintaining peace and order, ensuring that our process remained untainted by fear or intimidation. To the Uenr SRC Electoral Commission team, the Bono Regional EC team, polling officials, and collation officers, I say well done. You have worked tirelessly, often behind the scenes, to ensure that every detail of this election was handled with professionalism. Your sacrifice is a backbone of today's success. And finally, to the students of Uenr, you are the true winners of today by turning out to vote, by respecting the rules, and by trusting in the process. You have proven that democracy lives not in documents, but in the hearts of those who believe in it. As we await, let us be reminded that leadership is not about self, but about service. Whoever has emerged victorious today must recognize that they have been entrusted with a mandate, a sacred duty to serve, not to rule, to uplift, not to divide, to build, and not to break. Hello. 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 Last part. So on behalf of the Electoral Commission, I reaffirm our gratitude for the confidence reposed in us. Today's elections will stand in memory as one of the most credible, transparent, and peaceful in the history of Uenr. Let us continue to walk in unity. For when the river overflows, all fishes rejoice together. The future of Uenr lies in our hands, and together we shall shape it. God bless the Electoral Commission, God bless Uenr, and God bless Ghana. Thank you very much.
That's why
Good evening, Ghana. Good evening, Africa. We bring you warm greetings from the headquarters of the Election Coalition Center, precisely at the most prestigious university in Africa, the University of Energy and Natural Resources. We want to use this opportunity to thank the good people of Ghana, especially the university community, the Vice Chancellor, the most respected University Vice Chancellor, Professor Elvis Asarbediako, hard-working management team, then the head of security, Uncle Zach Abdullah. We are so grateful for your profound support, and we believe that this has been very successful. We have to thank you. To the university community, those who serve as eminent and distinguished observers, we thank you so much. The long-awaited journey is finally here. I'll hand over to my respected EC to declare to us the official leadership for 2025-26 academic year. I must commend the students. They have been very, very, disciplined. And this election is going to be the best in the 12 years